You know, I feel a part of me should be concerned over the fact that OBS isn't loading the chat. But since I have it up on the other laptop anyway, that doesn't really matter as much. Hey everyone, how you doing tonight? Cy, Volt, welcome on in. Only really do that for Lob because he's usually not here, right? I think he usually, when he's at least has time, he's lurking. But he's also like a busy guy, especially with Warhammer minis. It's time for more of the greatest title theme in the series. When last we left off, I forget. Going up against the Reaper in case 3. Yeah, we were. Sorry, my brain kind of shorted out and forgot how to speak. Plus, I had to respond to a DM. I should also close Clip Studio while I'm at it. Did the stuff I need to do for art today. Come on, Clip Studio. You can close. There you go. Alright, let's get this party started. I should unmute this. Got a new kitten? Fuck yeah, cats! Closed my door, right? Yes, I did. You better be posting pictures of that thing. Little thing in the server side. Alright, what actually were we doing in this specific case? I think we're getting new testimony on these guys because we proved there may have been a fifth person on board or something. Something like that. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He failed us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well, it's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Yeah, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yeah. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little... cousinage? That sounds French. That sounds very French. Yeah. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 12 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny for fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. Sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor upon the entire guild. If I may, sir. If I had to pay 10 pence on the bus last week, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yeah, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. That's how math works. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely! Okay, I'm already absolutely into the dynamic of these two compared to, like, Phoenix and Edgeworth. Like, there's vitriol there, but these guys are just like, you're really gonna do the thing. I'm damn right I'm gonna do the thing! Might as well be upfront about your bullshit. Yeah! Alright. We have no reason to doubt this yet. That's a reaction to the last comment, and probably hasn't much for us to get out of it. Again, reacting to the other guys, so not much that we could probably glean from this. Now we're back to the murder topic, so this should be where I start looking at things. You think so? Hold it! Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that's right.
You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip.
I suppose. I might have, yeah, put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure of most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seat of the roof deck.
Oh, I expect that was me, sir.
When I turned around, yes, I saw through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. Yeah, that's right. And the fellow was holding the vandal was the famous man, yeah.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all.
I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, didn't I?
Well, you have a reaction to that.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fella was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Given his scenario for talking about Beppo, probably not. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. Ballarat day? The fuck does that mean? It's not... I have never heard that. The only thing I'm seeing for Ballarat is a place that looks to be Australia? Yeah, in Victoria. What does that... Oh my god, is Bruce Fairplay Australian? Okay, you know what? If that's how simple it is, I'll fucking take it. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Now, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed that man? Those gloves aren't exactly blood-soaked. Any blood's on the interior palm.
Objection.
Sorry, I'm freaking out about a game with in the friends DMs. Blood-soaked hands. Oh wait, was that the actual thing I should have noticed there? I was looking more at how much soap blood was on them. Oh yeah, hands. Well, I accidentally arrived at the correct answer through the completely wrong method. Well, I admit that soap might be leaning on a little thick, but... Mission failed successfully. But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilden, on the night in question. Oh, yeah, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent at best. But no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here, then?
That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said
It was both hands.
Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection.
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection. I'm about to stab a bitch.
Grandma, no! No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Yeah. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard, which will be abandoned in the 1960s by the United States, so? Which ultimately was one of the reasons that the wage problems started becoming what they are, but, well, that's a different topic. Good morning, Gaito. How are you tonight? Welcome. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. We have evidence, because his name's listed in the same fucking debtor's journal. Dying of the heat, how are you? Well, I woke up with a giant stabbing pain in my eyeball, but apparently that may have been just allergies, or an eyelash, or one of those eye boogers you wake up with, either or. Not a fun morning. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Gah! That doesn't sound fun. It wasn't. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilden. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? Ah, no, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Ah, well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the accreditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced in a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. At least 100 today, if not higher. Jesus. I forget what the temp was here today in my part of Massachusetts, but it was nowhere near that hot. I think. Maybe. Depends on what time of day I would have had to leave the house. No, you don't get... Well, you do have to deal with it right now, but it's only going to get hotter if you don't start working on shit. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not? Whoa! Mortis! Thanks for the sub. Oh, Jesus. That always will startle me when I don't have OBS open as a direct window. Love you too, homie. How you doing tonight? I say having just stopped being in a call with you 30 minutes ago. See the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Gun. Perhaps I did overstate the truth. A pinch. A pinch? Have a good night, Mortis. Talk to you tomorrow, homie. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilded's hands. Both of them.
Objection.
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think? Yeah. I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yeah. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood on both the hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact... Oh, I just bumped my mic. The fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we could have all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. Oh, I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage. The man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence.
They're saying we saw a man do it. That's really not what testimony's about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there was no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, he's really gonna hurt his teeth doing that. Alrighty. We have nothing to disprove this. That absolutely matters, but I doubt I'll get anything more out of you at this point. These two statements are pretty straightforward. There's nothing I can really easily disprove or press them for that I could see. But I can see a problem here. Because when I was examining the thing, we noted... If you're in the back seats, you can't see the other side of the inside. And since the inside's back seats are liftable, someone could very well have hidden in those. But I don't have any evidence for that, so let's try this angle. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus.
That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh, yeah, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh? Why not?
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked.
That's right. It's a public service bus for Spetty's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yeah, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear it off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed.
Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? No. It really wasn't. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight on the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case...
Lob! E!
Thanks for the sub. How you doing tonight, buddy? Surprised me both. Man, I'm getting surprised all over the place tonight. How's your day been? There's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of the sight from you. A. Sports. I.
E. Oh, EA Sports. It's in the DLC.
I get you now.
What?
By golly, really? Now, obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. I mean, it's also technically the scene of the crime, but Tired started playing Escape from Tarkov. I've seen that game around on people just playing it on Discord a couple times. What actually is it?
Very well, I'll uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Right here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here.
Ah,
Gotcha. One of those kind of games. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Gah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. The Nipponians have a forbidding... I don't think I've ever seen that word used like that, but this is also ye old English. Habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Do we have a different person? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of the sight from the roof deck? I'm now worrying if I've missed something. Paranoia is setting in. Because if they were over here, they have to have hidden something or lost something. Unless it's a thing where I only find out by progressing further in. Which has happened before. I'm just paranoid as all fuck. It would have to be someone with either a W or an M as a prominent letter of their name. But we don't have any of those others. Well, when in doubt. This could be either I'm leaning more towards I have no idea, but just in case... I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense still has to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat was obscured from view was... I've missed something, haven't I? Let the hydration flow. That's some good ass tea. Although, okay, this is probably going to be a complete horseshit angle. We know where he was sitting. And we know someone was next to him. But who's saying that that was Magnus? Let's turn this around and say instead of Magnus being the one who was sitting next to him, he was sitting across. If that is the case, he would have been the one sitting there and would have been obscured from view. It's worth a shot. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant!
Objection!
Bruh! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. Hopefully not enough to drown me, fucking right. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the facts. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. His left hand would be bloodied, not the right. It's not the animation you're waiting for, though. I'm scared of what the fuck that's gonna be. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we've yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said that two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. The tops of the heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
And even then, McGilded's so short you wouldn't be able to see if it was him at that angle.
Yeah, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to know such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? Nah, I'm afraid I don't remember.
And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose that fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. If the accused failed to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. I mean, he said he fell asleep, so it's someone who could have leapt on and saw that he was in there. He's right. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There is a very simple solution to this problem. Went a little bit Scottish there. Don't know where that came from. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man had been withholding information, you can be sure to have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? He's the only person that would give us information, I feel, at this point that could help us win, so... Yeah, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yeah, well, we need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out of here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely.
He's such a little baby. Ryunosuke is baby, is basically what I'm learned of this game thus far.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
And get Beppo a goddamn towel or something to warm him. He's very cold. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begad, no! 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this for all along. Do I tell you so or keep my mouth shut?
Tell us what Mr. McGilded.
The fine fellow represented me is absolutely right. In the carriage on tonight with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true?
Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after all that happened.
You... What? No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now.
I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was...
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have soon she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into here, this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That, I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings.
What? Oh, Jesus!
Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away. After them. It's no use. I can't see anything through all the smoke.
What is going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended.
Well, that's fucked up. Who just set up a smoke bomb in the middle of a courtroom? What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened.
Mr. Sato!
I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. They think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something like that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? Then could it be
The other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about?
my thoughts exactly?
So he wasn't lying.
Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here!
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with a young girl.
Who is she, I wonder?
And what is she doing at this trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Oh,
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each.
That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right, that is strange. Counsel for the defense, currently proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. They actually thanked me. I never get thanked for doing this. Holy shit. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Sato. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded, look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you established the cause for the smoke which failed proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army! What in devil's name? What's in the devil's name, rather? Forgot to accidentally a word. It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Him, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why it is that this wee lass here was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen on that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On tonight in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then Magora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gathered on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. I'm extremely Irish. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. There's a room for details on more or less all of these. Like, what time did you fall asleep? Was he already there? How did they not hear the scream? That could explain why we have 2 distinctive different stabbing accounts. Although I guess one of them didn't actually see the stabbing, so... You wouldn't really have had to turn depending on your angle. Nah, let's just press them all. And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board?
There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were. I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is.
Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat?
By all means, 'tis how I already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite in which the one with more gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and what I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream?
Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise.
So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed?
Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor.
Then how did you see the kid? You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the deck, I presume.
Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes.
Hold it!
You set him up? The victim, you mean?
That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would ya? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is.
I find that a little hard to believe.
Ah, hara! Hara, hara, Lord Van Zix. Now, why would that be?
You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is.
I'm slowly turning Irish, in general. Oh, dear Lord, no. Well, it could be worse. I could be the Northern Ireland IRA. Oh boy, what a fucking mess they are. Well, now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of fixed interest.
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer 'em, and some would even see me dead. So I do try when at all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble.
Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there?
Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out whys and whereofs first.
The whys and wherefores?
Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self just do the same?
Yeah, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find?
Hold it!
Well, what did you find?
I'm getting to it, you fucking...
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim.
So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is.
What do you mean by that?
Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside.
So someone did hide under there.
Good gracious!
Under your backside?
And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage.
Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yeah, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside.
And that's when I found her.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself?
Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest.
You're really overacting this.
I can't help it. I'm not Irish. I'm actually Scottish. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her.
The seat opposite?
That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir.
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who the surgeon was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time.
Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats.
Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGill did. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage at the sight.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl.
After that, of course. Wait, hold on a fucking minute. Are you cutting me short? Mr. Santa Claus, get the fuck down here so I can beat the shit out of you. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you, I've heard enough. Seriously, your accent is grating for the voice actor to probably do.
I really barely understand Irish. I hope I'm doing it well.
The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, and a crust among long crowd leaving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order, order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Ah!
Damn.
She really said them to one gun. How dare you? What is the meaning of this?
Bah, bitch.
Ah! The girl! She's gone!
Open your eyes. I'm over here.
Good gracious! How? What was the point in that little sidestep?
I know what your lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you say, slipped up and got caught in the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gen. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine. Oh, God. Look. Knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what is I do with his fingers. I'm a professional, all right? I mean, not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns amongst weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down with the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again.
She reminds me of someone, but I can't quite place who. So, you meant that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis all right, lass. You can tell him the truth now. All right, yeah. It was just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we'll now hear your testimony, if you please. You'll tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
All right, if I have to. She reminds me of someone. I can't quite place why. Part of my brain is wondering if I'm thinking of Princess Pride from her appearance in Battle Network 5, just due to the hat and hair. But at the same time, that doesn't feel right. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked me up on horses, just like always. Thought it was right a waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang, nearly jump out of my skin I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that I swear found me. He helped me get away in mind. Whoa! Child! Thanks for the raid! How are you doing tonight? But before I continue, hit the alarm.
Okay, guys, what's going on down here?
Thanks for the raid, Shad. What'd you end up playing? 4 a.m. vaccination insomnia? I have not had that, but I really need to get a potential third shot because I know those are going around right now. Welcome to the Great Ace Attorney. We are, I feel, a good distance into the third case. Shit's crazy. I'm sorry if I have moments where I pause. I'm actively DMing someone alongside. Yeah, he let you go.
I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. Played some Slay the Spire with some inspiring songs. So you played anime openings, gotcha. How'd it go? Were you winning? I was sitting right on top of the place where she is hiding herself.
I think a demonstration's called for.
This is where I was at last night.
And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume? Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Just shitposting. Fair enough, fair enough. Hope it went well. Aye, but of course the wee glass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for a duration.
Ah.
So you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself that a young life was ruined when all the time came I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question?
Not at all, my lord, not at all.
Hmm.
I knew it in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt of my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman.
My lord, this This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
Alright, there's no way we're done this quick.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their learning to a verdict of not guilty?
Feeling pooped now, you approve the Irish mockery? Hey, I'm trying my best to actually do a good Irish. Unfortunately, I'm not Irish. I'm mostly Scottish, if anything, out of those. At least out of the ones that end in ish. I have some British, but I'm mostly Scottish out of those. Otherwise, I'm French German. What I'm trying to say is, I am super white. Mr. Naruhodo, this, well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Bro! Power play! Power play! He'd be a fantastic ballerina. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive... I'm laughing. Pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Child, no looking feet in my chat. Bad. Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers from the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What?! Order, order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Which he's right. I thought they were doing that more out of... But wasn't empty at the time is the thing we should try to prove here, really. Well, my Nipponese friend. Huh? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find in the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure. The young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell this court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment of the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer has helped my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, Counsel? Hara, be whist. What are you saying now, you daft doll?
I thought you were on my side here.
What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I can confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state that what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting.
'Tis not altogether pleasant, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded.
Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then.
I readily expected you to lie.
The fella's memory is a curious thing and all altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That their copyhold deceit is as empty as the Kevil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest not to admit that you might have been mistaken?
Why do I feel like something's not right here? Because it's not. It could have been empty at the time, is where my brain's going with this. And it was filled in later. Potentially. But McGilded's definitely hiding something. I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment's designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly would have been empty on the night of the question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That Moneylender and Fleecer and the Pick Purse are lying.
Oh, I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh, no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems!
So now we're split 50-50.
My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of this trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem.
This is more or less just her side of the same thing he said earlier, which is almost glaringly consistent.
Hold it!
Express it all, I guess. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spinning a Joey to make a few bob, eh? Add some Romadi in it. I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes some amount of sense.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up a little mystery at the hairs and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence each, making for 20, which the cabman testified. And one little scapegrace, right in for free.
The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no?
Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there. Sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment is full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that?
Well, most nights I'm on my own in my gold permit in the gold permits at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon, did you say God permits?
Oh, yeah, well, that's not what we can't call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away.
That's it. Only that night, this cove was sat on my seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister. To be sure, to be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you?
So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then.
I just clicked on the Discord server and saw your cat sigh. Oh my god, I love her. Ah!
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all?
Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. I'll see that I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, passenger plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head.
And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushion to peek out, I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being third in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them cages, so it's Dobson's choice.
Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor.
So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had just to stick it out under there. Nothing else for it.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump.
And you let out a scream involuntarily.
That's right. And then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden.
Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yeah? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance there, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting at the bloke who had fallen on the floor at the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGillen's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sucked back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place.
I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sang me on the opposite seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason?
Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. It was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and we ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog.
Both their hands covered in blood, that must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked to Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. Then when the horse's drunk up smartish in air, Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief, shining moment, yes. It's clear they all are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the victory we want. Yeah, I think you're right. I have this nagging feeling. Something's bothering me, but I can't just put my finger on it.
What was the exact thing on that one?
Hold it!
Maybe? So you couldn't see onto the camera at all.
She deliberately said, I think it was in this one, that most people sit on the other one.
So why did he decide to say the other one was more comfortable?
Well, no.
You got something to say? Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lassie's all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yeah, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything this here more that much louder as well. Yeah? I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers! There's no need to tell the whole court of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a new vital clue.
Wait, did I do Duolingo today? I don't know why I just got reminded of that now of all times. I didn't. Give me a moment. Oh boy, made it. Damn right me, my Duolingo. 1150 days strong. Well, 1152 technically, but oh well. alright. What should we make of that last statement of hers? I guess it's important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you talking about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. I was trying to make ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself? Gotta use them big words to be taken seriously, Ryunosuke. Yeah! Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw the smell getting on, I got my head down so I didn't notice me. And Mr. McGill had sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. What'd you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. Then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to the market. Snoring like an old dog he was. Wait then. If she was on first and he was the first on after her, but the door never opened, when the fuck did the bricklayer go? I would have had to been at the same time as him. And that means he was talking to him, so there's a contradiction here. It's bad for our case, probably, but gotta point him out. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts.
At odds? Are you sure, ma'am?
Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zeeks realized it too. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Kaito.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, whilst she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think! There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Take that!
Thrice-filed Mason.
Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus.
Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel.
Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul in the cabin when I claimed to board. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And, from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey, during which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all.
Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah, we know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks! Yes! He knew. Good night, Ma. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? Yeah. You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. So they would have had to board together in that case, assuming she actually heard him talking. She didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
And neither can I. Mr. Foreman? I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars.
I'm a cold old bitch.
Oh, my neck. Oh, fuck. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Randy gonna stab someone? I'd see it. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you've spared me. Yes, very refreshing.
God, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless sister Ramadan? This is carnage. It's perfect.
Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGillicud's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service must know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying?
Counsel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education.
Explain yourself at once.
When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came inside the carriage. None of these are what I want. I want to say that he entered with McGilded. Because they were probably working together on something that I don't know about yet. And probably won't learn about until the end of the case, which sucks. So out of these, I guess maybe another entrance. But did the fucking window to the top open up? I mean, maybe. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, the other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin? It's all I can think would work.
Take that!
Okay. The answer's obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal has almost lost me for words. However,
Objection!
you know, I love Ryunosuke, and maybe it gets better in the sequel, or maybe it was better with the Japanese audio, but his objection lacks oomph. You know what I mean? Like, you get Phoenix in every single one of his games where it's a straight-out yell of, OBJECTION! And then you got Apollo, who does more or less the same, and I forget what Athena... Yeah, I think Athena just outright yells, too. And Edgeworth's are pretty powerful as it is, barring the 3D games. His just feels kind of... He doesn't have the right impact. Moth, please don't fly into my Facebook screen. Isn't that brightly? Squash the moth with your phone. Or at least you are the phone. So it does. Alright, I'm gonna have to look at that later. The main reason I'm playing in English is so I can talk over the stuff. No, not even. I guess I'm just playing in English because I always have. The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from the seat, having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has. But would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise that the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mentions of such events in their testimony. Well, yeah, that's true, but...
Quite a humble fella. Like a wee comment here.
Mr. McGilden?
To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that is not so much the case with them not saying, but... Tis a case of them being unable to say. Well, I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened.
You played only the last bit of the second game with Japanese voices because you already played most of them with the Spanish translation. I'll have to look into that just so I can hear how much louder the objection is. Because overall, this dub is pretty good in terms of the voice quality. But that objection just needs more oomph. And I guess in a way it's meant to be them saying he's baby. Because, let's be frank, he's in over his head and this is what isn't what he wanted to do. But oh well.
Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oh my goodness. Surely not. Those two chaps on the roof.
You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were...
Ah! Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said, you rotter. What are you insinuating?
What are you doing?
This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I.
Mr. Fairplay?
You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed the man in the guts, it's a disgrace, it's scandalous, it's... I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel.
Order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. Oh, it's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense head incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse? I never intended to.
It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You've intimated their criminal guilt. In all British courts of laws, that is what is called a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought.
What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify.
I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's felt and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
How much you want to bet? That's the same crew they have chanting that did the Urdihara Garans and whatever back in Spirit of Justice. If you heard plastic crinkling for a second there, I am opening a box of candy. Shush. Oh, nom, nom, nom. I had a hankering for some chocolate. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord, you will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yeah, my lord. I didn't come here for this. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Wind. There's no way that's not the same people. Like, especially the low tones sound identical. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened when we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see? We're innocent, we tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if one of the two of you were in collusion with the other. What? Yeah. According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ah, well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial's going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yeah, my lord. I don't know why I frequently read the word yes as yeah instead. I just do. The victim was a bricklayer. I don't see the banker maybe having anything to do with that, but maybe I can get something out of First from this. So you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Doesn't need to trust anyone, yeah? Oh, Luma, no! Not once, never. He'd never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, you had no prior dealings with the victims either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the victim who were inside the cab, or do you?
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Oh, yes, Counsel. What can I be doing for you? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? I'm slowly turning into fucking slightly Australian, slightly British. Fucking, John F. Kennedy from Clown High.
I don't like your words, Magic Man. You're accusing me of some bullshit I haven't done.
Yeah. Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, though it has.
Eh?
If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date.
No, I beg your pardon.
You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion.
Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another.
Arr!
And young Mister first.
Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir?
You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head? Is that one of your own creations, is it?
Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door.
The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is.
That could be one of his hats, maybe.
Many customers like it, I tell you. They're like a distinctive touch.
Just about to say that if he's sounding like John. Yeah. Not the first Ace Attorney character I've given that voice. Though, God, looking back at Investigations 2, I really wish I hadn't given that character that voice. Because I was not expecting that game's plot to be as interconnected as it was.
Customers, such as thrice-fired Mason. Ah. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord.
Oh, this you mean?
I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say?
Oh! That's one of my hats.
Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over distinctiveness of the goods.
Oh, no, sir, absolutely not, sir.
Well, there's certainly nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case.
You little weasel. Ah. He's better at this than I am. Which makes me immediately suspicious of him. I think I'm defending a guilty man here. But is it a guilty man in the way of active manipulation? Just trying to keep himself safe? Like, or trying to further some of his other's plans? Is this a fucking Matt On Guard situation?
Gosh, Mr. McGill certainly has been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Why would he be that well prepared?
I mean, I guess it is. He was prepared to defend himself, I suppose.
Oh, please, don't let me into little interruption hold up the proceedings.
Do we have any way of proving that? Worth a shot, I guess. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm gonna lose my block with you in a minute. He's gonna lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a good look for yourself. Go on.
You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night.
So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, stealing all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand.
Ah, now you don't know a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? Stop biting our cane, shall we, rather.
I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rogue, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
That ain't.
Yes, Gina?
Excuse me.
Did you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade?
Miss Lestrade!
I wonder what Samuel L. Jackson would say.
I wonder indeed.
Mother, may I?
Hmm.
Good night.
Good night, Ma.
Again.
Again. The rare double mother. Mom squared. But my mom isn't a square, usually.
I don't know why I alt-tabbed to Discord to mute. That's the wrong app to do that. You heard all that. Oh, Kyle.
It opens.
Huh?
The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open dead easy.
More easy than you can load that weapon?
That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh! Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of me ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. I lifted the left lugg's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch from skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin.
The skylight opens from the roof deck?
Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Oh, my hat. See? Order! So it appears that this street girl statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens and from the roof deck?
Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Alrighty. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone, so we should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage of this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp window in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would be able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Does this change anything inside? Hello! Yeah, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone you like you through. Certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's Without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Oh, shit. I wonder if these two men were really involved in some way. No, I couldn't see. I mean, oh, shit. I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try... Why do I keep hitting that button twice? We should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence, which I, seem to have found. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. Alright, now where would that fit? Oh, literally where they ask for proof.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. Ah, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof. Here in this courtroom. Counsel. Yes, my lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? Ah. This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. So it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of the crime. No! Order, order, order!
Hold it!
But the blood could have been sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. Had only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in our mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there, if the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean? Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. Hurst? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath of the show that shows the ponytail had dropped from a far height, so it is. Oh, I've been sent art. What is this? It looks like Genshin Impact. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies. My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they?
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
It's probably just one knife hole. It's just getting really deep now.
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks?
A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why?
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
Now, I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of that omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb.
Oh.
So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session,
what? What a palaver. I say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standard, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. And if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case that you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean?
When you wield a fortune of the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Tut tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This will not do, to be sure. Well, it's now, Counsel. No. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather foul-fitted excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. But, if you will all cast your minds back, it's not true that while the omnibus there had been in the courtroom the entire time. How could anyone have put a smear of blood in it without the word of his wife seeing?
The smoke bomb.
Isn't that right now, Counsel?
It's true.
The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court's been in session.
My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words.
As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it's definitely possible. The smoke bomb alone gave ample opportunity. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh,
Good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel.
what the fuck do you think you're doing, you daft counsel?
Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running away from this deceit.
Deceit.
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly, the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What's going on? This is flashback territory. Oh no! The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal the inside of the omnibus. What was with the 360 turn there? Are you wise? Wait, he's basically saying what I just said. What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. It had stuff removed so she could fit in there. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and skylight were shut. But we can corroborate the stuff being there. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish in any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw it fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus, is there anything else unusual? Is there? Wait, was this bloodstain here earlier? That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, this bloodstain's so obvious, that's all. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? My lord. Yes, counsel. There's one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you start to betray me... Oh, Jesus. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what the truth is and what's deception. I almost read that as Decepticon. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. What exactly is this alleged mark you claim to have appeared at some point in the trial? I'm defending a fucking guilty man. In that case, I don't want him to be declared not guilty. Fuck being a lawyer here. If we consider the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find the signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as an advocate for the defense, one might say that it was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This does not feel like a third case. You know what I mean? Like, this feels like a case Where McGilded should have been the villain the entire game.
This trial is over.
Mr. McGilded?
I've done everything I can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now.
But you're the defendant.
'Tis over, I tell ya. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all no nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now.
Well...
And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord.
I must concur with the defendants. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question looks very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method of which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue for this matter. I shall proceed to my education. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty.
Yeah. Which would mean we've won.
Is that really the right outcome here?
This game's fucking with me, Kaito. Holy shit.
Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Just in case this is a thing where I still have to say one particular thing over the other, you are definitely guilty in my eyes. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot, in all good conscience, attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence that proves the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good. Good gracious me! Order, order! This is an unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused's innocence into question? Are you out of sound mind?
Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision.
What?
I must say, I didn't expect quite an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles.
Oh,
Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have.
What do you mean?
'Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how do you put it? Nothing more than a formality.
You guilty son of a bitch.
I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of properly, as I said. Not stinking rich are always guilty of something. You make my words.
I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
No other case in Ace Attorney's ended this way. Holy shit.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection.
But we still have determined if the bloodstains on Omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if the witnesses are telling the truth or pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord,
The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection.
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. It's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What?
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Man, when I take you down in case 5, I'm gonna be happy. I'm assuming he's the case 5 villain. Ugh. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, me good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilded.
Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over.
Well, it's something to look forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. We have confetti? In the 1880s? And, well, no, fireworks existed. They existed in China way before this even. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? This man's been cleared. He's innocent. What the fuck? With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. Yeah, that sounds like a bad idea. Hell, I'm pretty certain buildings have burned down doing that. With the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. That certainly was a long trial.
Ah, yeah, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But is it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did.
Mr. McGilded. Ah, and that girl's with him too.
Well, it seems the stories are true.
Oh, what stories?
How about the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty? I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely.
I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure, it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not really sure I did anything.
What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then?
I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning.
You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved.
There is only one thing that matters to me.
No?
They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and
Abstinence? Indeed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in the hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolutely faith in them. So I have, after all. I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay.
You know, there's been some genuine evil human garbage in these games. This guy might be like top 3. I only say top 3 because I'm looking at Matt on guard right now.
It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much.
Ah, be whist. You're a humble people, are you, ye from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom?
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not too inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection.
Sorry, one inspection.
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
They're going to examine it again now?
Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help what I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous.
Rot in hell.
I hope you have a whale of time here while you're studying here in Great Britain.
Hey, Cydrix, how you doing tonight? Welcome. And there he goes. A free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. No. You can run. Ryunosuke, run. Don't move. Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down?
You're a grown-up.
Sorry?
And I ain't all grown-ups.
Ah, there you are. What the fuck?
Naughty, running off like that.
What? You know, I was wondering where the anime was in this case. Found it. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah.
Oh my. Oh, wait a minute. That's the mark from Herlock's glasses.
Who the fuck is this?
Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. You have to be shrouded in smoke. It can at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
I tell her, what's it, nut? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Saitera.
Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory.
What for?
To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician.
Well, you mean, say sorry?
You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before.
An adult?
Don't listen to no adults.
Come along then, follow me.
Fine, have it your way.
Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to not get shot by that massive gun of yours.
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
She was a lively one.
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too?
Yeah, you're right, but... Where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner than we had arrived in London, we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still within the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night.
Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park.
I know it may be a little chilly this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
I'm not so sure of that. I think a midwinter London will freeze a not young person's soul just as easy as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable.
Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. Yeah, you missed the rest of that case. It went places. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. What?
What's going on?
Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water!
Why is the omnibus on fire?
What? How did this happen?
Who the fuck?
sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
Santa Claus, no! Don't be a hero!
This can't be.
Did they have to make him that hot in the anime? Jesus. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're back. Can someone clip that as the last thing that was said before the connection cut off? That is a wonderful thing if that's where it cut off. Oh my god. What's the last thing you heard really said? Me saying, did they have to make him that hot? Because the full sentence was, did they have to make him that hot in the anime? And then I commented on, the irony in me saying that someone was hot when something is burning isn't lost on me. That's ridiculous. Well, on the case 4 already. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Please, someone clip that.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea,
Herbal.
leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
What's the next one after this one? Saturday night. Although, forewarning, Tuesday night, next Tuesday, might not be Ace Attorney, because I believe that's the date Genshin Impact 2.1 releases, and that's going to have like 2 new islands for Inazuma, as well as the start of the Ball banner. And I might just do that, just to speed through that region as fast as I can. Might is a keyword. We'll see what happens. Depending on how long this case is, for instance. How much I'm invested in it by the time if I don't finish it on Saturday. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. With all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than a day in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? And after my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. No, yeah, it really was the sort of night that you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned we owed £3 for the rooms, I dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance was inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. Well, now I need to look this up. Obviously, this isn't going to be adjusted. What was a guinea worth? It was worth £1 sterling, equivalent to 20 shillings. But rise in the price of gold relative to silver caused the value of the guinea to increase as time as high as 30 shillings from 1717 to 1816. Its value was officially fixed at 21. But after Britain adopted the gold standard, the guinea became a colloquial or specialized term. Although the coin itself is no longer circulated, the term guinea survived as a unit of account in some fields. Notable uses include professional fees, such as medical or legal, which were often invoiced as guineas, and horse racing and greyhound racing at the sale of rams. In each case, the guinea meant the amount of £1 and 1 shilling, or £1 and 5 pence in decimalized currency. The name also forms the basis for the Arabic word for the Egyptian pound, as a sum of 100 kirsch was approximately 21 shillings at the end of the 19th century. Thank you, Wikipedia. Alright, so I'm going to tell you guys right now, you might want to refresh the stream because you're reacting to things I said minutes ago. Actually, wait, what's the delay also on? Oh, we're at a minute. Never mind. That's on me. That is completely on me. Oh, boy. I'm sorry. In a lodging house in Japan, that's no money could have put a roof over your head for the whole year. I did try to, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my cheers when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry.
Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London's a scary place.
Ah, good morning to you at this early hour.
I figured this would be you based on where we are. Oh, yeah, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We've come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato sounds amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart.
Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation to British courtroom practices.
Oh, yeah, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense.
Jesus. Bon Bon! You've reverted to, ironically in a way, the old name, I see. How you doing tonight? Welcome. Actually, let me check something really quick. I'm curious about something. Because we haven't had that many subs in a while. Streamer dashboard is the words I'm looking for. That'll also give a really good apprehension of what kind of delay we're looking at right now due to that whole thing. We are at 7 sub points. That's a couple more than usual, I think. And how many do I need for the new emote? That many more. Okay. We'll get to that eventually. Probably.
You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed.
Should probably be highlighting the game window.
Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land.
Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now?
Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case?
Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I?
You can't have just Doom Bunny until December. Gotcha. It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I still haven't come to terms with it yet.
What's to come to terms with? That man was cleared. What more were you hoping for?
I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended.
Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away, immediately following the trial.
Was he in the fucking omnibus while it was on fire? Damn, now I really wish I had said burn in hell or instead of rot in hell. Fuck. No! What? McGilded's dead?
I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough for talk.
I don't understand. What happened? How could he be dead?
After the trial ended yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
Yeah, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of.
Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No.
How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found within the charred shell of carriage at the The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage. As that of Rob Gilded. More at 11. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff needs to really pay more attention. How could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. That is also being investigated. Oh, I just said that. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilda did mention about going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. I've got more money burning a hole in my pocket to use. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. So he used money to probably get in and either plant more shit or take away stuff he had already planted. Gotcha. That bailiff is dirty. Then who is Mr. McGilda talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard's making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilda. Well, I personally believe he was guilty, so you know what? Fuck him. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... Wow! Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It really is a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Did I think that out loud? The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but that case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? Oh, no, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? I killed him. I stabbed him with my damn cane and then left his body in the omnibus. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually what happened. Because I don't trust him. He looks too much like Damon Gaunt. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died. As yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. Wow! Blue! Hey man, how you been? Thanks for the raid. But you know what that means. It's time to hit the alarm. Again! Second time tonight.
Oh, hey guys, what's going on down here?
Thanks for the raid, Blue. What were you playing? I didn't even know you were live tonight. I saw you were live like the other day, but I didn't see you go live tonight. Mind you, you may have been below the cutoff on the see more on my... Oh, you're playing Sunshine. Okay. Nice. How'd it go? So the trial's tomorrow, then. Is everything alright? Oh, yeah. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh! If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Ugh, here we go again. Also, I should note, Blue, a little late. I'm on like a minute delay right now. 61 seconds to be precise. Because of, well... the clip I'm about to post in chat to you in DMs, actually. Where are you in my DMs? Hello? You are far down. Nani the fuck? God, I haven't DM'd you since fucking January. Holy shit. My OBS disconnected for a good little while there, and it caused problems. God, the last thing I DM'd you was the fucking bald Iggy. I forgot about that. No, Steven's long hair. Had time to stream for a bit, so he streamed a bit of Sunshine before bed. Hell yeah. But yeah, I'm on like 61 seconds of delay right now. And then some, maybe. So my apologies ahead of time. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin preparations for your tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. You notice the delay? Yeah, probably. It's bad. But yeah, check out that clip. That's the exact thing that happened as I cut off. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time you mentioned the 23 hours, you said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear exactly what you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, Cosmo always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he can change ours in Japan. That he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, but then, there's another thing. Oh. Another thing. Continue. On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me. there's something very important he has to do. Something very important, and what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done... I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asoki never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell. Yeah, it broke. There's something very important I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Does he have fucking French fries? Fuck yeah! Potatoes! Infinite potatoes! God, I wish that were me. Could we trouble you? Shit, what voice do I give this man? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get everywhere English gent eating out of your hand, you know? But Sasato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having the likes of you to talk to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson everywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never heard of. Hear that ripping sound? Left my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. Eh? It's a lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It's unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did you pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill me on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? I'm trying to think if I know of a Gregson from Sherlock Holmes, but I don't think I've heard that one from the top of my head. But it's also been a fucking hot minute. Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Sato. But he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. I guess maybe he is from Sherlock Holmes. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderfully friendly rivalry. I think I'm used to that being a different detective name, maybe. Because I don't think Gregson was the name of the one in the fucking Stephen Moffat series. But then again, that series is all over the place as it is anyway. I think that's actually a Lestrade. I'm just gonna finish off this box of candy real quick. That's often why I'm pausing, because I'm just... There's only one left in there, god damn it. Good night, Charleston Chews. Really? You, the rival of the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson's a pick of a bad lot of all of Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Oh. Well, there you go. Large-ass quote about him. Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now.
That's great, isn't it?
I have to admit that to start with, when I was little, well, I was a little flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Well, that's wonderful.
No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors? Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folks are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs.
I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps the sudden rise of fame does change people. I love his theme song, assuming that's what this is. So, about the case the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before?
None to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. And with that, she has summarized every case in the fucking franchise. Well, that's why Lestrade's definitely the detective I'm more familiar with Sherlock Holmes stuff. Nick's playing Mountain Blade 2? Damn, man. I haven't talked to them in a while. That's an old high school friend. Oh, by the way, let the hydration flow! Thank you, sir, there.
A young woman was walking up along the pavement along Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious.
That's despicable! What kind of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with the Susato takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested.
He barely had time for a cup of tea when after the incident took place, to be honest.
So there must have been something left to the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question?
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Beric von Zeeks. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then.
Oh, yes, we're very familiar with him. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey.
Lord Beric von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial he's ever been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates for is found guilty. Is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
And what of it?
Oh, well, I think... That means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you?
What do you mean?
What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilda came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that?
Alright, well, I feel doing as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying on a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place?
That's correct, ma'am. If you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
You branded him a criminal already?
He's as good as shaking Uncle Leif in his cell. He'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you. I like him. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they arrested is innocent... Give me a second, I'm gonna put something in a drawer here. Alright, there we go. You could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm gonna make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go. Alright, how's this case gonna fuck with me emotionally? I should head to the prison first, probably, and talk with the defendant. Wow, this is just a straight-up prison. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. Feels just like a dungeon. Yeah, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. It's so dark at the back that I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative's here to see you. Stop boiling at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat as yet with no name? Calling me by a number, it's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think's going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese! Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet! They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching. Listen. Even now. I can sense it. You alright, man? Right. So can I ask you who's that? Yes, there they are. You come here to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams! Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice in the ear in this dark, damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client, Lord Strongheart, assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, well, what compassion my fellow countrymen show. Dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind to tell us what's happened? Why you're being detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. What is this motherfucker's deal? I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yeah, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notorious named Natsume. Sosuke Natsume. Soseki Natsume, rather. Sosuke is a different name. Soseki Natsume-san? What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume? Nom de plume, you mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No. Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku, that reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this, it's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. No. But, just because the government tells you to do something, does that mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I turned in a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. He must be a man of great standing. This is a real person? That's not too shocking. Like, if there's any time you could use a realistic person who existed, it would probably be someone who's been dead for over 100 years. Oh, damn, I looked him up just to get a picture of him. Yeah, that's a pretty fucking good resemblance. In fact, it looks like they referenced a photo of him for this exact pose. Damn. Oh, yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sosasuke-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The murderer didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife! Right before my eyes! I think I've heard of that one. I'll have to look it up. Like, if I've read it or seen anything about it, it was probably in some other media. Yeah, well, I'm looking at there's some movie adaptations. I think I saw one of those at some point. Don't remember much about it at this point, though. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? No, I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd actually be locked up in here? I wonder if there's a dollop about him, actually. There's not, but there needs to be, if you had a bad time. Although that would actually require them to be on tour and probably hit up the UK for them to do that. Oh dear, this seems to be the case. It seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker? Jesus. Volt, welcome back. And thanks for the sub. 2 months on Prime Gaming. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if it was Persona 5 that I saw the main reference to that in, because I think there might be a question about that in the school in that game at one point or another. Man, tonight is eventful, isn't it? It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat. She was... And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know. Don't run away like that. Tell me, Sasaki-san. Was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people.
I see. A young woman unknown to Sasaki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you?
Regrettably,
Apart from myself and that woman, I didn't see a soul.
no one.
Ah, great. Actually, wouldn't this give us an exact year on when this game takes place? Now that I think about it, because if he's 33, this would be exactly the year 1900. Or 1901. Oh, this poor motherfucker only has like... Wait. No, yeah, 33, 1867 plus 33 is 1900. He's only got like 15, 16 years left. I'm sorry, dude. So the victim was unknown to you and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? Huh? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah, you! What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually become to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police even discover he was there in the first place? Oh, yeah, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective.
he led the police to me.
God damn it, Herlock.
Of all the bad luck.
Accursed great detective. Could it be?
I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his hearty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, brig-headed, busybody, begone! May you be cursed till the day end of your days, Herlock Sholmes.
I knew it. Mr. Sholmes? Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure.
It was the warning of that nightmare unfolded in the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst into the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police, put the weapon down. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard. But I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting, dietary, discrimination devils.
You clearly had a trying morning yesterday.
And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes.
It's actually just Herlock Sholmes, he's English.
I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London.
Yeah, the great detective is really, well, very well known.
And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man.
I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable.
Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged in their way in.
Of course you were, that's only natural.
I was terrified and trembling. They kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish, foreign, flim-flammery.
Well, we are in England, you really can't blame them for questioning you in English.
Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say.
So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine. Next thing I knew, I was in manacles.
Before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. We're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes, all right. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm a student like yourself. On a study tour. A student. I have defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But the armband! That's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire! It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? Lawyers. Or the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Somebody not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial of this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half the policemen out there in the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. Hey, Kenny, how you doing? Yeah, you probably should be in bed, because your school stuff starts this week or next week, right? Or was that last week? Also, we're on like a minute's delay. I should probably know. Go to bed, Kenny. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it. Couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. So, Saki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it'll give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Lo come student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Well then, I guess over to Briarwood. It's not Baker Street, so we're safe. William Robbins, practical optician, and a fucking snowman. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That's their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the Adventures of Herlock shows, but I've never dreamt to be this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your hatty dream comes true.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This isn't on the tourist trail. I'm fairly certain you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So you've been to the holding cells then? What'd you make of this criminal?
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. Doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh.
The stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about the inventions of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard. It's the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty to protecting the city. Oh, yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby's hard going, I can tell you.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so he can get off to work.
What, he wakes people up?
Yep, raps on the windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit.
I had no idea.
The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles? That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my. I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well? God dang it, Bobby. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, or alongside, but yes.
They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing over from time to time, I admit.
Overwork. It'll be a thing for the next 150 years at a minimum.
I always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. Oh, that's the wrong button.
It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind.
Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned she's being treated in the hospital.
I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all.
I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course.
Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
It's the odd policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on.
I hadn't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept.
Anyway,
let's take a look. Alright, so there's Mearscum and Calabash. Those are the only two that are marked, meaning those are the only two that are going to be important. It is theoretically possible, assuming that the lady turned the corner here. She could have been stabbed on this road. Or the inverse is also true over here. And someone could have run down here and hidden down on Calabash. And the opposite is also true because they could have just whoop. And by the time anyone tries to get over here to see something or over here, they could already be down here and completely out of sight.
As far as we know, there was no one else in the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it?
Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure nobody else was present.
I'm sorry not to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How?
Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
It what?
We had two very reliable witnesses, no less.
Ah.
It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see him.
There were witnesses now? Who were the witnesses, Inspector?
A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London.
Well, so was McGilded, so that doesn't really say much.
He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
Ah. A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked.
Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them bagging the act and all that.
Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions?
Be my guest. You can only ask him what you want. In court tomorrow.
Ah.
No doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to.
That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yeah, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too.
Oh, yeah, one more thing, Inspector.
Oh, and one more thing, Inspector.
What?
The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
What are you bringing him up for?
Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you gonna defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me, but I'll just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case to the barge pole.
because the prosecution's being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though.
Sorry?
The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court for for a good couple of years now.
Yeah, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones.
Master criminals? The violent ones?
That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
But Mr. Natsume wasn't hanged for what he's accused of, surely.
That's just my point, Sunshine. Yeah, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's gotta be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think God can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial.
Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Probably. And I'd estimate we'd probably have to face him at least for at least 3 cases total in this game, and at least 3 in the next one, I'd estimate. Because no doubt somehow we're going to get a tutorial case lawyer in the second game to me. There's no way we're not. Whether or not it's going to be another version of Pain or someone else, I have no fucking idea. An ancestor of Von Karma would be fucking funny.
Who did you hear that name from?
Oh, well, Mr. Natsume mentioned it. He said Mr. Sholmes was at the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle!
Ah,
Man's an amateur. Now I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
oh.
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime. Wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
Yeah, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gabble gabble.
Ah.
Ever seen this before?
Oh, yeah, that's Rance Magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears.
Yeah, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it.
Seems fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories.
And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. Stacks in with the Yard. It's a misadventure to be included in any of Herlock Sholmes' tales at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element to that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public Thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all of our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly the great detective and the police have a, complex relationship. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yeah, what's up? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Gotta be a little more specific. Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at all those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea about the man's address even, and it's Baker Street. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage! So, we're here to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Himbo Holmes, Himbo Holmes. Alright, how ridiculous are they gonna go with this place?
Thank you very much.
It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day.
Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
How delightfully underplayed. And never mind, now it's like we're in the fucking Write Anything agency. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Jesus Christ. It is as described in this. Is it as described in the stories, Mr. Sato? Susato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been. Yeah. Never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog and down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can. Yeah. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. She's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hello, is it a big news case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello. Wait, aren't you? Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. What the fuck is that equation in the background? Velocity equals sigma p... What the fuck? I can't make out that subscript, but that's... What the fuck is that equation? I showed my dad, he'd probably know, but obviously they're asleep. I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh, yeah. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of Bohemia? The King Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over here. The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you! I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. You pointed a fucking rocket launcher at someone just the other day. The little bunny Herlock on her backpack isn't lost on me. It's the girl who turned up at the end of the Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber. Never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yeah, it was, challenging! Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know? Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley? Mr. Sholmes is a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here, Mr. Sholmes, sweet? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Oh, no. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris is... What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait. This can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie? And Runo. That sounds like a Final Fantasy VII ship. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, and I don't know where to start. Yeah, so do I. No, don't move. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh, no, not at all. I'm sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Ah, thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yeah, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny, yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It's very not of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she can apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yeah, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter, not likely. What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
So he lives with a different Watson in the Japanese version? Because I'm assuming her last name's also Watson in the Japanese version, just like John's was earlier in the game.
Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh, no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. Wonder what the story is there.
Oh, yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rance magazine! Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me about an all-new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue as before you came. So, you are the author? Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm gonna call this latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know a snake might not exactly be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... It's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you? So, do you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rance magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson.
Susato's getting more and more worked up.
Yeah, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old. Well, that's quite incredible. But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Yeah. I did alter the setting slightly, for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I suppose it does, yeah. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has fallen apart. About before. Yes? What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yeah. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How'd you know all that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson's proud to present her Logic and Reason Spectacular. First of all, I knew already you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How'd you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh! So I was reasonably confident that you've only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted the case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? I then noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited a local prison today with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. They used those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at the local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours already, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit's called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both came from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife. You know, he is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. I love this cast so goddamn much. Every main character is fucking great. Well, was it a winner? Was my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. Better than Sherlock's. You've managed to discern something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. No, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is a really good news. You can tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? I feel, though, that's a good point to end off on right there. Because I doubt this investigation is going to end in the next 5 minutes, and this is probably going to be a long dialogue set. So let's save and raid. Alrighty. So, I want to thank y'all for coming by tonight. Kaito, Kenny, if you're still here and falling asleep, Volt, Sai, Blue, if you're still here, and anyone else who's just lurking around not chatting, thanks for stopping by. Every viewer matters when you're this small of a streamer. I'm realizing we're on such intense delay, I'm gonna have to wait for stuff. So tonight, I already think I know who I'm gonna raid, assuming they're still live. Yeah, they are. We're gonna be raiding Spec again, because to be honest, our schedules just overlap at such a rate that it's pretty easy for me to raid her in particular. So, yeah, that's about it. I'm gonna have to stop the stream and then wait for the delay to catch up. So I'll just sign off here and start the raid once I hear myself first talk about that. Have a great night, take care, and I'll see you guys Saturday night for more Great Ace Attorney. Have a great night.